silence that for now. All right, so we decided to go ahead and enter the SuperQualifier that's happening on Friday the 22nd, and this is going to be a recording of it. We entered with Tron, more specifically the Golos Tron list that we've been messing around with. We're running a couple of O-Stones just because it's decent if we get it down early. We've got the Singleton Cascading Cataracts, a Blast Zone, and an Ugin for our utility lands, and then we have Tron and Forests. We've got an Ancient Stirrings, standard Tron core there. And then for our Planeswalkers, we were running 4 Karn, 2 Ugin. I like that a bit more than, of course, Karn the Great Creator, because it is such a great way to go and grab stuff out of the sideboard. We've got a Singleton Thragtusk in the main, and then 2 Golos, so that way we have a chance to hit Golos a bit more often. And we've got a Golos on the side, so that we can go grab with Karn. We've got 3 Wormcoils main, 1 side. And then we've got Ulamog and Kozilek for our Titans, and a Walking Ballista. Other than that, for our sideboard, what we've got going on is we've got 2 Wilts, 2 Veils, and then 2 removal spells. Other than that, we then just have a nice package between being able to grab things off of Karn the Great Creator, Trinisphere, great grab if we need to slow them down, Oblivion Stone if we need to blow up the world, Snaring Bridge if they've got lots of creatures, Liquid Metal Coating to lock them out of the game, Cage so that way they can't do anything in the graveyard, and a Pithing Needle so that way we can name any Planeswalkers. Other than that, for our threats to be able to grab off of Karn the Great Creator, as we were talking about earlier, we've got Golos, Wormcoil, and then a Sundering Titan. Because being able to blow up lands on ETB and leaving, pretty good, and then also it's a 7/10. So not that terrible. That's the quick rundown of the list. As to why, we'll hopefully be able to explain that as we run into this decks. Other than that, we've got, looks like the event's just about to start, so I'll see you guys in the matches. Round 1. There we go. We won the die roll. We'll gladly take the play here. We've got 2 mines. That's a mulligan. Down to 5 we go. We'll keep this 5 bottom Thragtusk and Ugin. I know it's a 1-lander, but we do have the map and the sphere. The sphere is going to be a redraw, plus this Stirrings will hopefully get us... Yeah, opponent's fake news. This redraw plus the Stirrings will hopefully find us a 2nd land here, and then we'll be able to utilize the map and get ourselves Tron for this Karn. And looks like opponent's probably on some form of control. Oblivion Stone's not terrible. This we draw. Let's see what we see off of Stirrings here. Okay. We can do tower, any order, tower, map. So while we won't have Tron online, I guess it would have been better to grab mine there, because then we could fetch using map, get tower, play tower, have 3 mana, play the Oblivion Stone that we have in our hand. But oh well, we can't change our decision now. If only we could go back in time. Okay, they go ahead and exile. So that's fine by us. There goes a Teferi. Okay with seeing that card hit the exile zone. Opponent did not want us to have Tron mana, and that's Bant mana. Oh, look at that, opponent. Have another one. Sure. Opponent's down to 3 cards. We just need to continue to hit gas. I did not cheat. We just got to 7 mana on turn 3. Forest O-Stone, pass the turn. Looks like opponent's playing 4-color money pile. They go ahead and growth spiral here, getting themselves the 4 colors that they need for this Omnath that they're about to play. So at this point, we are trying to draw threats to stop what they're doing. I guess our best draw here is probably Golos, because it gets around a Force of Negation. There's an Uro, that's fine. That's not fine. It's gonna be a problem in a minute or two here. Okay, opponent's got 2 cards in hand. If we can top deck well, no. What can we grab with a map? I guess Sanctum of Ugin. So that way we can play Sanctum and then get something else. I'm assuming opponent probably grabs the Triome here if they don't already have it. Breeding Pool. So opponent's 1 card away in the graveyard from being able to use Uro. We'll go ahead and thin here. Again, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, but ever so slightly edging our bets to draw decently. So we play Star, we cycle Star. Draw ourselves another card. We draw land. So we'll play Sanctum of Ugin because they know about that one, and we'll pass the turn. Opponent's got 2 in hand. They've got 6 differently named lands, so Field of the Dead here is going to be awful. Growth Spirals trying to find themselves land. They did not hit it. And they do still have green, green, blue, blue to bring this Uro back from the yard, but then we will be exploding it with an Oblivion Stone. Just because Uro is not a fun card to deal with. An 8 mana kill target Uro. And I know technically we probably should have held in case they hit Field of the Dead. Sphere. Opponent's got 4 in hand. Back to draw. There's a pretty good draw. This is 7, 8. Ugin, Sanctum, or yeah, Ugin and Sanctum of Ugin trigger. Do this. Say yes. Go get. Do we go Kozilek for the cast draw trigger? Or Ulamog? Yeah, it's just right to shut them off of lands. And Force of Negation number 2. Told you. Yeah, I like taking them off of white here and then taking them off of probably red blue. This is 7, 9, 10, 11. A green 97%. Makes sense. Opponent's got 3 in hand. That's a pretty nice one. Can we just go ahead and do this? Exile those 2. Hey, it's a Wheels. What's up, man? Thank you very much for the resub. Opponent floats white, meaning they probably have a path here. Sounds good to me. We get a land. 9 is not 7? No, 9 is not 7. So opponent's got 3 in hand. They only have... We've got enough mana to pay for a mana leak here, and they only have 1 blue up. So they would need to have Force of Negation number 3 here. And with a resolved Ugin, I have faith we probably have this game. Teferi goes down, sure. I'd believe it. And is this any target? Yes, it is any target. We'll go there. I mean, I guess we can go ahead and map. Go this, do this, grab ourselves Tron, play Tron. Our opponent would have to do our mine here. Sure, have Teferi number 2. Upkeep we draw, unless they have some way to deal with this. Gain 7 life, draw 7 cards, put 7 permanents. There we go. I shouldn't have put the Walking Bliss into play. I should have held that. But that's fine. Yeah, I think this will close out this game pretty well. Yeah, opponent concedes there. Because we're going to blow up Plains, Forest, Mountain, and Island. And they'll have 2 lands to their name, and we'll have a Sundering Titan and a Worm Coil out. All right, Money Pile. We like the Veils. What don't we like here? You can take Ballista out. And... probably Swag Dad. I don't think Money Pile's going to be running Blood Moon. dude. I'd have to do a bit of adjusting to be able to do spell table, but that sounds like fun. Hey, would you look at that? We got 2 Tron pieces. We've got 2 redraws. We're missing a payoff, but I'm fine with that. Veil is payoff. No, Veil is protection. Opponent mulligan to 6 here. Snow-covered island. Yeah, we draw our green source. Is that? Hey, not only did we draw our green source, but then we drew an ancient stirrings. This draw stirrings, see if opponent has. Do this. No. I don't have respect. They're playing money pile. I mean, if they mana leaked it, okay, we play out power plant and pass the turn. We have power plant in mind instead. Now, we won't be going Tron liberated next turn. We're definitely going Forest O-Stone. And then the turn after that, we go liberated plus Veil. There's the Field of Ruin. Well, you see, we always assume that they're going to field the land that we play. So now that we'll have a forest out, it's going to be power plant. Yep. And mine off the top. Ah, that's not it. So opponent will have the mana to Omnath. We're just hoping they don't have something like Ramanop Excavator here. Lots of lands. Cycle green. Play our land scrying so that we have protection. That's a good question, Last God. I don't know. I want one, but I don't think we're getting one. I don't think we're going to get one until after Modern Horizons 2. One, two, three. That's Force of Negation mana. Cryptic counter bounce. Try to Veil. See if they have the Force. They don't. But of course we drew power plant. I mean, you're cheering for not money pile, right? So they've got 4 in hand. That's true. All right, so they do this and get themselves quite an army. However, yeah, I was gonna say, but we just go now Worm Coil. Telling you, man, Tron's a great way to make. Tron is nice and simple. Chest farm. We have 2021 debt. Yep. So we can't O-stone the world yet. Karn liberated uptick doesn't seem terrible, but it's definitely not the right line. The correct line is this plus a Worm Coil engine. And cycle, see what we see, and see a great card for next turn. They go ahead and they crack a Misty Rainforest to get themselves 2 zombies. Okay, Mystic Sanctuary to what? Put our back on top? And Cryptic on top. Loki. Cats are the best. Not cats are the best, but animals are the best. They do that. They make some zombies. So we won't have enough mana to instantly play Karn the Great Create. Ooh, that's what we do. We go Karn Golos. Can they keep up? They have to have I don't think we're ever destroying the world at this point. We only destroy the world if they're going to be swinging for lethal. We could go get Golos and destroy the world. But I like when they only have 2 spells in hand. To just kind of go like this. You're here to learn the enemy's thoughts so that way you can destroy them. Makes sense. Golos say yes. Get ourselves a Cascading Cataracts. And pass the turn. Let's see what wins here. A Cryptic Command or a Golos? Tap all creatures your opponents control, draw a card. So this is 16, that's 20. Okie doke. Should have blown up the world. Fluffy was right. Yep. Unfortunate that they had a cryptic in hand. Well, I guess they still would have drawn the cryptic and gone tap team. But then they wouldn't. Two of their zombies would have been summoning sick. Anyway. We like our game plan. Submit it back. Be a bit faster. We got greedy there and got punished. If we had grabbed the Golos and then just blown up the world, we would have had 2 worm coil tokens and they wouldn't have had any zombies. And then we could either Golos or Karn. We know that we'd be playing into the cryptic command, so probably would drop a Karn because we had a second Karn. But, you know, live and learn. Nope. Interesting. No. We go down to 5. There we go. Not phenomenal, but not awful. Put back a Sanctum in a mine. Mind map, pass turn. So at this point, we're just looking for land drops. It's funny, since we probably won't have Tron, this map might get a forest. Just that way we'll have access to our green mana in case we draw Stirrings or Scrying. Okay. Cataracts pass. We'll have plenty of payoff if we can get to 7 mana. Opponent gets a Triome. And has second Triome. Okay, so I think it's just get ourselves a forest here and then play out Sphere. So we have access to green mana. What can we do? We cycle sphere if we miss. We hit scrying, we go get power plant. Just picking a Tron land that we don't have out. They play out a forest here and probably Uro. Yep. They gain 3 and put a land into play. It's a Field of the Dead. That's a fun one. Yes, it is. Another sphere, huh? Cycle. Scrying. Does opponent have Force of Negation? And they're debating about forcing this. Okay, we'll do that. We'll get power plant. Play out power plant, play out sphere. Still make it look like we're holding up counter magic. If we can draw into our tower, we'll be golden. And Field of Ruin, go ahead and Field's probably power plant, since that's the one that we just grabbed. One's got 5 in hand with 3 mana open. And go ahead and Stirrings. Aren't we all monkey avatar? Exactly. Do that any order, power plant, pass the turn. And its opponent's go. There's an Omnath. So, Omnath with a second Field of the Dead, huh? Not off to a great start for us. Let's go ahead and cycle. Play out Golos and get Tron mana. Say yes, get tower, and pass the turn. One doesn't have a way to get rid of this. We will now be able to start rolling the Golos wheel and hopefully doing some crazy things. Because at this point, we need to be doing crazy things if we're going to be trying to win. So we have 7 plus 3. Okay, what's our best hit off of Golos? I guess Kozilek Ulamog Ugin. Exile 2 things, draw 4 cards, and then Ugin. Get rid of their Field of the Deads. Well, yes, Ulamog's the single best, but I'm talking about the best 3. We don't run triple Ulamog. I thought about it. Thought about cutting the Walking Ballista from the main board and running a second Ulamog. Just one? Yeah. Yep. 12 mana Eldrazi Goblin. Goblins you control have Annihilator 1. Rabble plus that. Is this Teferi? Teferi bounce Golos? Sure, opponent. They've got 6 in hand. I'm assuming one of those is a Force of Negation. Land off the top's what we want here, because land allows us to go Worm Coil Golos. We'll take 4, go down to 16. Not only was it a land, it was a land that taps for a lot of mana. Worm Coil Engine? Fun. Golos. Mana leaks this. Sure. Cannot pay 3. We lose our Golos. That's fine, because now we go star, crack, star. All right. Yeah. Land drop double Karn. Yep. I mean, it's not the best line, but we get to go Karn downtick, Karn downtick. We could get rid of all of their Field of the Dead. Assuming, you know, they don't have Force of Negation, a card that we've been playing around this entire time. Clearly we smashed. Oh, yeah. I mean, truly, if it gets back to our turn, we go Karn Liberated, show me the Force of Negation, swing with Worm Coil, and then... Well, they had the land drop, which is unfortunate. This we draw a Karn the Great Creator, which is brutal for them. Because if they let Karn resolve, We can go get Sundering Titan, and they have to have Cryptic in hand. If they don't, we blow up 4 of their lands. Right? You don't like that line? I mean, this comes down to, let's see if they let this card resolve, right? We don't have to play it out this. There's the Force of Negation. We're A-okay with that. Because now we can attack. And then we either have second Worm Coil or Karn Liberated. Yes. We gain the life, see if they want to chump block. They do. We go to 22. And they've got 3 in hand. Yeah. I don't think they can kill us. Attempt to... You mean Omnath? Yeah. I was gonna say, that was going to be my target if this Karn resolves. Let's exile that nice pesky permanent that's gaining them life. Cryptic. Yep. All right. So we've got a line for next turn. They don't have any fetch, so it's only 6 this turn. If they play a land, that's 1 less spell. Yeah. Okay, Uro's coming down. Well, they now have 5 cards in hand. Yep. Omnath gets in. Omnath and the zombie. Okay, no. Just Omnath. That's fine. In step, that happens. And then we draw. I mean, I know what I'd do next turn. We're going to see if we get to remove this Teferi. Assuming this is chump block with the zombie. Map makes fun times. Yeah, because we can go map, go get Blast Zone. Uptick Blast Zone to 3 to deal with Teferi. And Omnath at the same time. They can't really deal with that if they let it resolve. And do you really want to be wasting a counter spell on a map? Yeah, I know how much mana we have. It still gets rid of Uro. But, I mean, if we get map... Did MTGO freeze? His opponent's clock's not ticking down. There's that. Damage happens. This. Map, resolve map. Go get Sanctum. Yeah, I mean... Play Sanctum. 6, 7. Karn, Sanctum trigger. Force of negation. Okay. That trigger happens. Say yes. Go and get Bully Bully. And then we don't have enough to play out this Worm Coil, but opponent can only hit us for 10. They bounce the Worm Coil. Next turn we have exile their 2 creatures on cast. And then we have enough to pay for a mana leak. At this point, opponent's looking for Hour of Promise. And Cryptic Command. Okay. Mystic Sanctuary puts back Cryptic. Yeah. I mean, it shuts off Tron for until we play our land drop. But now they're gonna make bounce plan on upkeep. Yeah. Or here with the mana. Either or. Since they drew with Uro. Yep. Yeah, we'll still have enough to play out a Worm Coil here. But they'll have fetch, Sanctuary, tap team, draw a card. And we lose. Assuming they see that line. Yeah, and even if they do it here, we take 4, and then they have Cryptic on top. They put Cryptic on top. I'm assuming they're going to just stop us. Veil on top. It's not enough. Besides, they don't even need to counter. I want to say, just because we give it hexproof, they don't target it. They had the mana leak. All right. Money pile has us. We go 0-1. Yeah. We might not have won game 2, but there was definitely a line that we could have done. All right. 0-1. All right. Match number 2 has been found here, and we won the die roll. Let's see how we can do, because 0-1 is not a great start. Mulligan. Facing a Luris deck. Down to 5 we go. And we'll keep this 5 and don't tell Fluffy, but we're gonna top deck the win. It's probably bottom Sphere and Golos here. I like Karn and O-Stone. The reason Karn and O-Stone is so that way if we miss on finding Tron piece, we have the O-Stone to hopefully be able to keep us alive. If we don't, we don't. Catacombs, Fetch, Shock, and Inquisition. Oh no. So not Red-black Shadow. Instead, probably some version of Jund. So they saw what we're drawing. It was a worm coil. It's not a classic, but Jund Shadow is definitely a deck that's around. So I don't like cracking Sphere here, because if we do that and miss, we don't have access to green mana. We're gonna just play out the power plant and pass, since we have the land drop for the turn. If we don't have a land drop on turn 3, we will be cracking this Sphere to try to find a land drop. But Inquisition, they get to take the O Stone. So now we're on Hope to find Tron. True, but Luris Jund Shadow. Let's put it that way. For this, they bolt us. We go down to 12. We draw a Worm Coil off the top. See land drop 3, which is great that it's green. However, we are in major trouble here, as we're at 12. Need to be able to either play out these guys or get this Karn down. We take 1, go down to 11. And Skyclave, yep. Sanctum. Go ahead and play down Karn. We definitely go down here. I'm thinking bridge. The 3 ball's nice and all, but I want to be able to live. So we'll get bridge, since we can't play, because I'm assuming Karn's going to die. The problem's going to be if we can't get empty-handed. TBR always kills you. But yes, you're not wrong. We are dead to TBR there. Are we? No, because that's only 6. Because they're limited by themselves. Not our life. That'd be 6 plus 2. That'd only be 8. We would have been at 3. Or are you saying later TBR will just kill us? I mean, yeah. If opponent had the land drop. See, sometimes you just gotta have faith that opponent's not gonna flood. That is such an awkward card, because now we have to Stirrings hit a land. And then because we tapped how we did, instead of doing Stirrings first, we are now stuck with cards in hand. But that's fine. Swift Spear, they can swing for 2. Possibly. I'm not either. I'm so used to them being extremely low. It's like something's wrong here. We go down to 8. Cataracts. We have 6 here. Worm Coil. Not enough to double worm. But they probably aren't going to be attacking anytime soon. Another Swift Spear. You going to get in for negative? Okay. Oh, that just seals this game, doesn't it? Not quite, because we can't play them both. But second Worm Coil does just kind of say, haha. And so while we're at the point where we can't attack, they can't swing in. We could even use Golos to get Blast Zone here and have Blast Zone on 1. Pop all their Swift Spears. We're dead to Triple Bolt. Golos. Now no one can attack. Cool. Opponent doesn't like that. As far as what we're bringing in, Dismember and Spatial Contortion don't seem terrible. Since they're Jund, I don't think they're on the Moon game plan. Yes, he could have won with 3 bolts off the top in a row, assuming that we hit nothing off of our Golos spinning. Yes, he had potential to win. I don't disagree. He got a Ballista and cut. I guess we can cut Kozilek here. We're just never going to need to draw 4 cards against them. Annihilator 4 is nice, but they take the play. Yeah. It's only 1 Tron piece, but with the rest of this hand, just having redundancy, and a payoff. Sure, you play a Swift Spear. Opponent gets in for 1. Down to 19 we go, and awkward land off the top. We wanted a Tron land there. Goif. Okay. So this is just basically low to the ground Jund Shadow with the Luris. Good to know. Shh. We did not do that. This tower? Tower. Come on. There's a tower. Do that. Any order. Tower, star, say go. Yes, we grew the Goif quite a bit there by putting a sorcery and artifact in the yard. And cleansing wildfires our tower. That's fine. I kind of figured that they had that. They almost always have wildfire. It makes me debate about putting Crucible of Worlds back into the sideboard. We take a good chunk of damage here. Only 5. Not as bad as it could be. Go ahead and cycle here. Do this. See if we see a tower. We do. Play tower. Pass turn. We've got lots of land, so Karn is not going to be getting bridge. Now, what could we grab here? O-Stone doesn't seem awful. Nor does a Trinisphere, seeing they only have 2 mana. So if we get to play out Tron next turn, it's probably Trinisphere. But we don't. So that's the end of our cycling. And we go down to 7. And we draw Golos off the top. Do we have anything on the sideboard that's worth grabbing? Bridge would be 5. That's not happening. Trinisphere we could play, but doesn't buy us anything. I guess O-Stone? No, we're basically dead. There's nothing we can really grab here. I guess second Worm Coil if we get to live to the point where we're playing down Worm Coils. O-Stone, pray for tower. That's another option. Yeah. Yep. O-Stone, pray for tower. And that they swing at Karn? Yeah. TBR. Cool. Let's make sure that they attack us before we hit the concede button. Maybe they attack Karn. Pretty sure they don't. Pretty sure that 4/5 comes at us and then doesn't matter. All right, both go at our face. Cool. They had double Wildfire. I still agree with how we boarded. Contortion and Dismember seem fine. Again, they don't run Blood Moon. Veils seem meh at best. Do this, keep, and hopefully be able to keep a good amount. So I said something about keeping a good amount, right? So we have Mind Star into Scrying on turn 2. Then we'll have 7 mana turn 3 until they have, you know, fires. Yep. Fetch Shock Inquisition or Fetch Shock Thoughtseize? Which is it? The Thoughtseize. Do they take the Scrying? Probably. They probably don't want us to have all of the other cards available. Just like we drew it up. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll take the map. We got a handful of goodies if we get to cast them, but I don't think we're going to be casting them. I'm assuming they probably have multiple fires here. A shadow and a shadow. So do we think that they can get themselves low enough? Go ahead and do this. Get ourselves Tron mana. play this, play out the star. I dislike cycling star, but at the same time, we kind of need card draw at this point. We'll do this. And cycle again. Try to find a Tron piece. Okay. We are in trouble if we don't find a land drop. Or if they have wildfire. Because we have land drop, we go land drop Ugin -1. They fetch and shock. It's 8 damage in. If they then have the dismember, they can dismember one of them to gain an additional 4. Bolts themselves down to 6. We go down to 4. We go down to 6. Okay. So dead to TBR. So Worm Coil doesn't gain us enough life. Well, Worm Coil gains... no, Worm Coil does gain us enough. So we have to Worm Coil. Yeah. Only option since we didn't hit land there. Worm Coil Prey. We're dead to Dismember. We're dead to Double Bolt. Wildfire, sure. Now we need Tower off the top. Tower off the top, Ugin -1. If we don't have that, we go Scrying Tower. Hope to hit Golos? Just that way we have another blocker? So that's 9. Which means we have to block. If they have it, we die. If they don't, we're okay. We go to 3. Make 2 dudes. And then they have a Scourge. Sure. Instep Stirrings. So Scrying finds us our out, and then we just have to block. This tower, play tower, and hope we get to live another turn. That's a big ask here. They draw. No bolt. Yep. And that was a quick round. Losing to Jund's Shadow. Nah, you weren't there. So, yeah, it is. It really is. At that point, we basically have to win out, right? So we would have drawn a Forest. We would have played Forest, play Ugin, -2, gain 3. We were probably about to turn that corner if they didn't have the bolt, but that's why they do that. Round 3 has started. We lost the die roll. And opponent has disconnected. So Guess we get to wait and see. So our opponent never showed up. Unfortunate. We get round 3. And I'll see you guys in round 4, YouTube. All right, match 4 started here. Facing King of None. Let's see what we can do. They take the play. We've got 2 Tron pieces, but no real way to dig, so we will mulligan. No Tron pieces. Mulligan again, down to 5. 2 Tron pieces plus a stirrings. Bottom. Hope we get to keep our hand. Opponent played a Triome and passes. More specifically, the Saltai Triome. Yes. And we never didn't have it. This we want to draw. We see an Ulamog. That makes me want to go ahead and play Power Plant here so that we can hide the fact that we've got double tower. Opponent remands it. Sure. Fine by me. That means that our Karn Liberated Ada or our Sylvan Scrying Ada remand, maybe they won't have more counter magic. Odds of them having more counter magic are probably pretty high. That's okay. We drew what we needed off the top anyway. Growth Spirals. So Watery Grave shocks it in. What we got going on, opponent? Mana Leak. Breeding Pool shocked in. Another remand, sure. We're hoping opponent doesn't have Field of Ruin. That's not a Field of Ruin. Down to 14 they go. So we're definitely going to be exiling the Triome and the Breeding Pool, cutting them completely off of green here. Wilderness Wreck, sure. This, I'm tempted here. Refactor Fiction. Arrange into piles. Which do you want? Do you want your second Factor Fiction or do you want Breeding Pool Cryptic Command? Opponent takes the Breeding Pool and the Cryptic. Ulamog, cast, exile, Wilderness, and a Triome. Opponent concedes. Cool. Yeah. So, facing control, what we want is Veils. We can take out a Swagdad and a Worm Coil. We don't need to be as aggressive. I like O-Stone. It answers Wilderness Wreck. We'll keep it in the main board. Run it back. I run it like so, not run it back. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No turn 1 Thoughtseize from opponent. Tower map, pass turn. Do we have the force of negation? No force on the map. Unfortunate. Dogs decided my room's a party room. There we go. We'll go mine, pass turn. Black, blue. Cycles a Shark Typhoon. Sure. Makes a 0/0. Fine by me. They have blue. Do that. Go power plant. Power plant. We try for it. Make them have counter magic here. I'm assuming they have a force of negation. Remand. Sure. We're at 7 in hand. 2 uncastables, however. Karn liberated again. Yep. Fetches for a sanctuary, puts remand on top. And then has counter draw. Modes, counter draw, yep. Opponent cannot, however, counter when they're tapped out. Bovine Stone, make it so that way they never want to resolve a wilderness reclamation. Map. Cool. We'll go ahead and crack map. Since we've got 2 floating. Put ourselves a forest here so that way we can start using these Sylvan Scrying and Ancient Stirrings to find threats. Not really something our opponent wants to be countering. Fact or fiction? Sure. There's your piles. Lands or force? That was a real easy decision. Watery Grave. Okay. There's a Field of the Dead. So now that they have a force of negation here, you draw forest. Stirrings. This eats that force of negation. Remand. Okay. So opponent will have Field of the Dead online here, I'm assuming. Yep. Always yield the Field of the Dead. Ancient Stirrings again. Opponent uses Force of Negation? Sure. forest. That scrying here. So we can do this. Get ourselves Sanctum of Ugin. 1 mana Chromatic Sphere. And this is still 10 mana. So we can cycle without fear. Okay. And we still have 5 mana up. One has to get us. Yep. We're relatively flooded here, but anything we hit off the top, that's one of our main drops is fine. We'll take 4 here. Yeah, we'll take 4. 4 is not too threatening. Breeding pool tapped. Gets themselves another zombie. Sure. Really didn't want to draw that card. This passed the turn. We'll have an O-Stone here. Our hand is just lands. This is a nice flood. Opponent swings for 6. Go ahead and blow up the world. Opponent has zombie. Jesus. Can I stop drawing lands? We only run 18. We have out 9 and we have 4 in hand. I guess we are just about to stop drawing lands, technically. Problem is our opponent probably has counter magic galore. Down to 12 we go. That'll work. Yeah, because we have Ugin and then we also have Ulamog here. Ugin, Sanctum of Ugin trigger. Sure, you can force Ugin. I'd love to use Sanctum of Ugin. With their board state as it is, we're taking 6. Assuming they have a way to deal with creature. Kozilek here would draw us 4. Might draw us enough to be able to do things. Ulamog exiles 2. I just don't like Field of the Dead at this point. Exile that. Exile a Sanctuary. Even if opponent has counter, I guess they can counter bounce with a Cryptic here. Yep. Oh, they bounce the Sanctuary. Okay. Mystic Sanctuary, put Cryptic back into hand. Yep, Cryptic on top. We tapped out of a lot of mana here. We now need an answer. If we had gone for Kozilek instead, we would have drawn 4. Six Sphere. See if this is worthy of a counter to them. Jesus Christ. $11 lands out for, or 10 lands out for the Tron player. So 10 or 11, yeah, 11, 14. There are 4 cards left in our deck that are lands. I guess because we probably should have gone for the Ulamog there. Or the Kozilek. To the Ulamog. I agree with what we did. We just need to not draw that many lands. You want to talk about flood there? Okay, we would gladly love the play here. Hand doesn't do much, but has Tron and redraws. It doesn't have Tron, but has 2 Tron Polices plus redraws and its stirrings. It's good enough to keep, especially with the Sanctum, to be able to go and get a creature such as Kozilek. We will go Tower Sphere, pass turn. Scalding Tarn. Okay, opponent. Do that. Draw Stirrings. I mean, this is technically a whiff. That's impressive. In our sideboard, what can Karn get? Golos, Sundering Titan, Liquid Metal. Sure. Karn seems fine. That, and then we'll go Power Plant map. Opponent got a Triome. Castle Vantress, sure. Meaning we're looking at Remand. Karn the Great Creator. Remand, yep. How nice. I guess we'll go ahead and do Star. Let's crack this for Tower. And try to maximize our mana. Blue 1 Euro. Sounds good. That'll happen. When it gains a life, puts a card into play for Field of the Dead. Yeah. All right. Tower. Karn the Great Creator. Fun. Go down. Say yes. Grab coding for now. Coding. See if opponent doesn't like that idea. Opponent's fine with that, apparently. So to stop on opponent's upkeep. Go ahead and lose some mana. And shut them off of the Triome. Floats a blue. Sounds good to me. And opponent concedes. Because they let the Karn stick and they let the liquid metal stick. They're going to be on blue, green, and the land every single turn. They won't be able to ever get back that arrow. We would have drawn... That would have done it. All right. 2 and 2. Getting it done. See y'all in match 5. All right. Round 5's started here. We're facing our opponent. Waiting on them to decide if they go first here. Well, I mean, we don't not keep this as Tron. Turn 3 Tron? Hard to say no to. Just moving like 15 away. All right, nice. It's still staying in the area. Fun, fun. Meaning when this whole COVID shenanigans over, we get to still hang out. Woot. Oh yeah, we had to stop here because our opponent was playing stuff. Oh no. I don't like seeing wooded foothills pass. Mine Star. Dude. Like, that Rocket League weekend was going to be so great. And then everything happened. Okay, so we're facing Dredge. And this will be a fun one. Dredge versus Tron. This, and then they life from the loam, getting back 2 lands, and then they have a loam to dredge next turn. Fun. We're in trouble. This, we draw. So because of what we're facing, we go for the guaranteed Tron, right? Definitely. Do this, get ourselves a power plant. Hope they're not running Burning Inquiry. Then we'll have Tron and then either Worm Coil or Liberated, depending on what their board state looks like here. Off of this one. Okay. So they dredged a Loam, a Bloodghast, and a Merchant. And they get a Ghast trigger, which will give them a Prized Amalgam. Looks all right for us here, meaning we'll be safe to Karn Liberated. We could Karn... Probably down tick, get rid of their Stomping Ground. This is probably just Stinkweed Imp, I'm assuming. Oh, just Merchant from the hand. Okay. Yeah, Big Daddy Karn coming in, saying hello. Ooh, do we Golos? Do we go for the meme? Do we go for the right play or do we go for the meme? This is the question. We have Tron online. I don't disagree with your statement. I think we go for the safe play here. Karn Liberated, get rid of their green source. Next turn we'll have Golos here, because I'm assuming they're going to get rid of Karn. But we'll have Golos plus Stirrings, or we could just O-Stone and blow up the world. That doesn't sound awful to me. There's their other green sources in the graveyard. Yeah, that's at Karn, and then we take 4. We go to 16. Sure. That happens. This, we draw. I'm okay with just threatening blowing up the world here. O-Stone pass. Opponent fetches. They get themselves a red source. They're discarding a card to draw a card off of Merchant of the Veil. We don't really want to stop this. They discarded a Bloodghast to draw. We'll let them loam. They hit more cards. We'll go ahead and just blow up the world here because their stuff comes in summoning sick while we're at 16. Don't have any instant way to do anything there. So we don't have anything, but they don't have any green sources. They milled over a Narcomoeba and a Creeping Chill, which is not great for us. I mean, it's fine from the aspect of we'll have these Worm Coil engines. Or this Worm Coil engine. Worm Coil plus Sphere plus Stirrings. They get 2 prized amalgams back. Looks like shutting them off of the green source here has been phenomenal for us. Worm Coil gains life. Golos. They don't have a Conflag in yard. And they don't have any more Dredge in yard. So we drop Golos here, get Cascading Cataracts. And then we cycle with Sphere. And we have 2 Stirrings here. Do that. Stirrings here. Try to find tower. Okay. Power plant's fine. Any order. Stirrings again. And Sanctum. Sure. Any order. Play a land for the turn. Pass turn. We're at 13. So 3, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5. So we'll be able to double Worm Coil next turn. Don't know how Dredge beats double Worm Coil. Cathartic Reunion pitches Ox to try to find a land drop here. Looks like they missed. They turn them all sideways. I mean, we're definitely blocking one. It's a 3-5. We go down to 9. Has Conflag for 0. Has 7 in hand. Worm Coil number 1. Worm Coil number 2. Hold people back as blockers here. And they need a way to get more cards into their hand. Because even though they can pitch to Conflag for 7, we'll be at 1. They're also not going to swing with anything except the Narcomoeba. Meanwhile, we're going to swing with double Worm Coil to gain 12, and then Golos, spin the wheel. Cathartic pitches 2 Life from the Loam, so that way they can dredge, trying to hit 3 Creeping Chills. Is how we're gonna die. Waiting to see if they want to do any replacement effects here. If they do, great. 1 Creeping Chill found. Two Creeping Chills found. So we go down to 3. But that's not dead. This, sure. These aren't attacking. Because just because you have haste, haste is irrelevant. We can't block. We go down to 2 here. Prized Amalgams. Enter. And then we do this. We draw. Fun. Play out our land. I shouldn't have done that. Swing and gain ourselves 12 life here. And then we'll have Golos. When it doesn't block. When it goes to 10, we go up to 14. Do this. Go for the Wooburg. Exile the top 3. What do we see? Karn Liberace. That's fine. Tap Sanctum. Cast Karn. Sanctum triggers. Say yes. Grab ourselves here. Yes, Ulamog. Karn Liberated resolves. How much damage are we looking at? 3, 6. So we block one of these. And then we take 3 plus 6, 9, 11. We lose because we whiffed on our Golos stuff. Unfortunate. We needed Golos to hit, not double land there. Like, we had to I guess we could have swung with only 1 Worm Coil. Put us... No, because that doesn't put us out of Conflag range, so we needed to swing with both. Yeah. Waiting on them to figure out that they have us dead here. So they cast Life from the Loam, getting back 3 cards. They've got 9 in hand. They can con flag us for 9. And they're not gonna opponent. I guess this is technically 1 more point of damage. Why are we cycling? Opponent's just wanting to show us their entire deck. They had us dead. They might not anymore. All right, they realize that they can con flag us for 8. We go down to 6. We can only block the 3 of it. Yep, they turn it all sideways. We go ahead and we block. And we see what our next draw was going to be here just because we can. Draw a card, Karn the Great Creator. Go get Grafdigger's Cage. Okay. Yep. We should have grabbed Karn the Great Creator when we saw that one. As far as what we want, I don't think we want anything. Like everything else on the board, we kind of want to leave as Karn targets. And we have an Ulamog. Yeah, no. Nothing that we don't want. We just need to get down a Karn the Great Creator early and then do a cage. Cage will stop all of that shenanigans. So if we had gone Karn, gone and gotten Cage, they wouldn't have any way to deal with the Cage main board. So we definitely had that game if we had grabbed Karn instead of the power plant off of that Ancient Stirrings that we did. We were looking for lands, trying to not thinking, and we just quickly picked the power plant. There was the Karn. We could have gotten the Karn, played the Karn, gotten Cage. I doubt they have anything main board that deals with Cage. And then it would have been all right. I don't know. It depends on when we had that Stirrings. Because if we could have Stirrings, Karned, down-ticked, gotten Cage, played O-Stone, passed, and then gone blow up the world, play Cage. This matchup in general, it comes down to, can they be fast enough to kill us before we get online? Because we didn't really do anything there, and when we spun with Golos, we whiffed. We weren't able to, we didn't establish a board presence, and they had one established. If we can land an Ugin early or a Karn the Great Creator early, it's very heavily favored towards us. But so this is a scrying, and that's it. We'll mulligan. This has 2 Tron pieces, no way to dig. But if we can get there, we've got our 3 great threats. So we've got a couple of draws here to try to find it. The lack of a start there is pretty good for us. tower here. We now just need a green source for this scrying. So forest off the top or mine off the top is what we're looking for. When it does this, gets that sharks in, and then I'm assuming haggles away a life from the loam and dredges 3. Yep. Oh, a Golgari Thug, dredge 4. That's fine. Do that, and then we're looking at not a lot of damage early here. Pitching Cathartic Union and a Thug. They mill quite a bit. So tower off the top 1 time for this Karn the Great Creator. Make it so they don't get this Ox or any of these amalgams. I said tower. I meant mine. The deck knew what I wanted. See? But sometimes you just gotta play like your Tron. And now they need to find their artifact hate. And if they can't, I think we seal this up. Hopefully right. Tron always draws into mine. Yep. That they do. What's a good static for us to get here? So they go ahead and life from the loam to get back 2 cards. Assuming that goes at Karn, that's fine. What can Karn get in our sideboard here? I guess it's just up, no target, and then go Ugin, pick off their Narcomoeba. Hey, thank you very much for the sub, Lee. I appreciate it. That puts us 2 more away, or 2 off, and then we get our second emote. Yeah. I've had it for like a year at this point, I think. No, 9 months, because Alex has been subbed for 9 months. But I very much appreciate that, man. Opponent's probably going out. Assuming opponent's gonna concede here, even though we don't have a win condition, because Ugin and Karn. Blast zone on 1. They can blow up. Okay. This, if we go down, get Sundering Titan, we shut them off of 2 mana, so they have to blow up now. And that doesn't buy them a lot. And we have a 7/10. That works for me. Yeah, you put bits down. Your name was on the top for the longest time of that little scroll wheel. This Ulamog. Sun Titan comes down. Opponent goes ahead and blows up the world. Yeah, we're rude. We lose our cage, but that's fine. So we go mountain, forest. Done. Destroy those 2 permanents. Ugin, uptick their face. And now we have a live Ugin. And you really don't want that. An Ugin ult about to hit. Must retain the title. Thank you very much for the bits, Lee. Now your name's scrolling on there twice. So, how does the judge player win? They've got 8 cards in hand. We've got a Ugin about to ultimate. We've got a Karn liberated. I just don't see it happening for opponent here. Price amalgam into the effects area. We don't even have to ult Ugin. We could just go -3 if we really wanted to. This, and then they can Ox. Trying to find more things. Haggles, sure. Oh, they ditched the Creeping Shield to draw. Sure, play out your Shriekhorn. Activated abilities of artifacts cannot be activated, opponent. They make 2 pressed amalgams. The problem is we kind of just beat this with an Ugin ult. Uptick, no target. Ugin ult, gain 7 life, draw 7 cards, put 7 permanents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whee! Opponent. You seriously making me play through this? Okay. This, go down. Exile. Copperline Gorge. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. This. Spin the wheel. Play our land for the turn. And play this. Cast this. Go ahead and get a blast zone. How are you winning from here, opponent? Yeah, it's like, yeah, my spirits have hexproof. Let's go. Sure. Ugin, -3. There goes your spirits. All right. So at that point, opponent decides to concede because they can block 2 things and they take lethal. Again, we like the stuff that's in the board to stay in the board, so we just run it back. Opponent knows about the cage, but I figured opponent was going to be playing around that card anyway. So we, again, like I was saying, we just need to be able to resolve either an Ugin or Karn the Great Creator and make him have to find things. That Sundering Titan there to shut him off of lands is brutal. Yeah. Ugin against any deck it's a nice just 8 mana board wipe into then if this isn't dead, you now have to deal with it and you don't have a board state to deal with it. Other than that, it's like what'd they do? Because it's probably a mistake I'd make. I mean, that's fine so long as spirits don't have flash. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got Karn and an Ugin, and we've got a map to go get a second Tron piece and start a cycle. Just mulligan. And that's why it's a mulligan. Because we're Tron and we're evil. So we go ahead and we bottom the forest. Because we get to go Mine Sphere, Crack Sphere, Scrying for Tron, and then Walking Ballista on 3. Be able to ping any of their things and then have an Ugin. Hopefully we'll have a land drop by that point. Opponent mulled the 5 and looks like they're debating about keeping said 5. Okay, they did. This, we draw that land that we needed, and the best part about that land is it allows us to go Ugin into Ugin into that other thing. Ugin into, well, then we go down to 7 mana, but we'll have Ugin into something great. Is our guesstimate. With a Sanctum, we can grab probably Ulamog. All right. So they haggled and drew instead of dredging with the Stinkweed Imp. Didn't dredge a second time either. Opponent has me concerned. This, we draw a map. That's a fun one. And then we hit a Karn. This, scrying for tower. And we'll have Tron online next turn. And this will be Tron Great Creator, go get our cage, play cage, make them have the Ancient Grudge. If the minus said destroy instead of exile, it would be a lot less powerful. There aren't too many things that deal with graveyard mass recursion, but there are a few. So, like, Karn the Great Creator. I think this is get Liquimetal Coating, shut him off of green. Because if we can keep them off of mana, they're not going to have a fun time. Liquid metal. Map. All right. And on their upkeep, we will shut them off of their green. Opponent floats a red. Opponent's Ancient grudging the liquid metal coating. That's exactly what I want there, opponent. I get to eat a grudge out of your hand on my coating. This makes this next turn so much better. Narcomoeba dredges. Dude, that must feel great. This happens. Karn will go down. Show me that you have a second Ancient Grudge. You that cage. 5 mana Golos. Golos will go get Cascading Cataracts here. Then we'll go Star, crack Star, and we'll hold Star. And now we've got, at this point, we've got everything we need. And that will just about seal our opponent's fate away. It allows us to go map, go get tower, play Ulamog, exile their 2 lands. Well, that was Ancient Grudge mana. Cathartic Reunion, sure. Opponent's looking for Ancient Grudge number 2. And they will not have land for the rest of the game. I'm assuming this Narcomoeba comes in at the Karn, so that way we don't get to uptick with it. Yep. When it's turn 6 and you have 1 permanent, they'll have 2. But yes. Are we winning? We are. I mean, we're fighting for scraps at this point, but we're winning. Because we're about to cast an Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. And exile their 2 Stomping Grounds. Opponent concedes. I think that counts as a win, right? Going 3-2. All right. All right. Match number 6 has been found. Opponent won the die roll. This is not a hand we can keep. Much as I would love to. It's got so many payoffs, but no way to get to them. We mulligan. I don't trust that we'll be able to hit Tron. I trust that this will be able to hit Tron. Right? I have a feeling that we might be able to hit Tron with this hand. Just a bit. So is this ENT or is this Eldrazi Tron versus Tron? Yep. Just Tron things. All right, it's E-Tron. Matter Reshaper comes down here. I wonder how Golos is in this matchup. Opponent's paying costs. And the Thought-Knot's here. Okay, opponent. Do you want Karn Liberated, or Golos? So they take a Karn. And we draw a different Karn. So this, let's go ahead and cycle here. I know you want my food. You don't get it. And we'll go Karn Liberated. I'm not too worried about what they could have. And so I'd rather draw a card here. Since they only have 2 in hand, worst case is if they have Tron, they what? 6 mana or 6 mana Ugin? Maybe they run 8 mana Ugin. Yeah, Maze Mind Tome. Just Tron things here. Go ahead and shut him off of tower. And we'll stirring, see what we can see. Huh. I mean, I guess. They scry with the Maze Mind Tome. Next turn we have play hand. We're a mana shy of being able to do play hand plus things. I'm gonna put both of those to the bottom, and now it's playing out a Matter Reshaper. They can kill our Karn Liberated, which is fine. Again, just buying us life at this point. One's got 2 in hand. This 5 Golos. Use Golos. Go get Cataracts. Then we have 4 Karn the Great Creator. Down tick, say yes, get Worm Coil. Just another threat. Has Dismember, sure. Three and 3, sure thing. Sphere, crack sphere. See Ballista. Okay. We'll get Sanctum, play Sanctum, pass turn. Because we'll be able to cast this Walking Ballista for way too much. Yeah, opponent draws a card. Good for them. They scry, gain some life. They have 4 mana available. 6, 8, 10, 12. So this will be a Ballista on 6. They can tech edge us off of Tron now. Unfortunate. And then Chalice on 1? Sure. So, all right, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the hanging out. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can't Ballista. And we'll go ahead and do this on 3. Swing for 6. Swing opponent puts a 1 in the way. Yep. Rider Shaper does a Karn the Great Creator. Unfortunate. So they have Karn here. If they play Karn, we shoot your Shaper twice. So they don't have any blockers. That's our best line here. Dang, Chalice on 1, putting in work. Karn the Great Creator revealed. Go ahead and put a counter. Hit opponent for 8. We go to 26. Pass the turn. Opponent plays Temple and plays out a Karn. Goes down. Gets Bridge. Upkeep, we draw Swagdad. That's a good draw. That at Karn, that at them. One goes down to 10. Swagdad. We're up to 37. One's got 5 in hand. So Bridge makes it so Ballista can attack, but nothing else. Dismembers Walking Ballista. King opponent. Opponent's down to 4. Yes, we draw Power Plant. So at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can hardcast just about anything in our hand. Our opponent's got us on a bit of a lock here, but I don't know how they're getting out either. Okay, their plan is to coding us to death. Meaning Karn, the great creator, off the top here. Mine. We hold this, so that way we'll have Tron. If we ever draw something big. I've won with Noble Beatdowns too. They feel great. Yep, they go ahead and they do this. Yep. Meaning we need something right here. A mine. We'll play out the mine. Hope they go after the mine. Since we just played it. They go after the power plant. Dang. Reality Smasher? Sure. Reality Smasher does nothing against my board state. Do this, play mine. Go ahead and just throw map away. Could we get like Kozilek here? I'd love to draw 4. Talisman, okay. Oh yeah. Very high quality mine. So again, we're really hoping for a payoff off the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. While Ugin doesn't do much against them, so we'll be boarding that out. Boarding in Wilt. And also bring in Spatial Contortion or Dismember. Yes, hello, dog. What? What? I'm not giving you any more food. I know what you want, but no. Yeah. We need Ulamog, that'll work. Kozilek works. Karn Liberated works. If only. Ulamog. That works. You want to concede to this O-Stone opponent? Oh, that's right. I can't activate abilities. Because Karn. Static planeswalkers should have never been invented. I mean, it doesn't matter. We wouldn't be able to do anything. They get to do this, take off our power plant. And then we're out of our stuff permanently. So we are on trying to draw. We need Karn Liberated here to be able to exile their Karn the Great Creator. And then we exile a card from their hand, and then we exile Bridge and Swing. Well, actually, if we hit Karn the Great Creator, we play Karn the Great Creator, exile Bridge, Swing. Opponent doesn't gain life. They play out a second Karn. What are we doing? We need Cyclonic Rift. They go down here. I don't know what they'd grab. Maybe the Maze Mine Tome? Just to try to draw. Spyglass and names Karn Liberated. Yep. So we need Ulamog off the top. And somehow to be able to play cards. Yep. Golos ain't good. We can't activate his ability. But we can get a Blast Zone. Makes him have to hit Blast Zone for a turn. Yep. Upkeep, we draw. Can we stop drawing dead? Like, seriously? Yep, they go after mine. We say yes. And now no one gets to play Magic. What's in our sideboard at 2? A static. Nothing. Fun. So up we go on the Chalice of the Void. We've got 30. Opponent has 35. Oh, I could have swung. And there's no point to swing with it. Golos. They've got a 5/5 blocker. Wilt we cannot grab with Karn. Karn is artifacts. Matter Reshaper. So we've got 6 with, I think, 3 or 4 more lands that we can hit. They turn Talisman into an artifact creature. I mean, if you turn these sideways, it does nothing. They've got 2 in hand. Sylvan Scrying, sure. Can do this. And Forest, just so we have as much green as possible. And then... we could Trinisphere, does nothing. Cage does nothing. Glowstone does nothing. So at this point, we're just trying to top deck into expedition map is played. Sounds good. Okay, uptick there. I guess we could downtick Pithing Needle and name Ugin the Ineffable. Upkeep, and then we draw star. Yep. Down, say yes, get Pithing Needle. Pithing Needle, name Ugin the Ineffable. Blast Zone. You taking that Blast Zone up to 4, opponent? They get Pithing Needle. Keep, we draw Sylvan Scrying. We'll go ahead and scry here. Get ourselves a forest. Play said forest. Uptick here. Yes, but you can't move the pieces. Exactly. Karn goes to 4. Opponent takes Blast Zone up to 4. Yep. Blast Zone goes to 4. They can kill our Karn and replay a Karn if they have Karn number 4. I doubt they have Karn 4. Pithing Needle, name Golos. That's probably what this has to name, isn't it? Oblivion Stone. Sure. Do it. Blows up Karns. Sounds good. Oblivion Stone can't be activated. Come on. They had Karn 4. Jeez. Yep, they go ahead and get rid of our Sanctum of Ugin here. On the bright side, we can hit 2. We've got 2 Karns still in our list. 2 and 25 here. Upkeep, we draw a Worm Coil Engine. Yep, they crack map, go get tower, have infinite mana. Show me Walking Ballista and I concede? Because even though... I guess I don't concede. Chalice on 4. Okay. This we draw. Pass the turn. At this point, making opponent just eat as much of their clock as possible. They reveal a walking ballista? Sure. I'm at 37, opponent. Neat. You have a walking ballista on 11. Ulamog does nothing when we only have 6 mana. And we can't activate Golos. Opponent has lost connection. Opponent drops ballista on 11 and then loses connection. Okay. I guess while that's happening, I'm gonna have some bites to eat. There we go. Opponent's back. Okay, there's the Ulamog. And down to 5 we go. They put mana into Ballista. Paying costs, Warping Whale? Sure. I feel rude for taking advantage of chess clock, but at the same time, welcome to what's going to happen. Ballista's on 22. So I can do Ballista 6 times a turn. Thought not seer. Oh, we're dead. Yeah, but in Magic Online, there's a chess clock. So each action our opponent takes eats out of their time. And when they're down to 7 minutes in game 1, how much longer? He's got 6 minutes and 50 seconds, roughly. So they're at 33. They'll be able to get to 39 next turn. Yeah, this is game 1. There's still a second game and a third game. Ideally. The best part is they have to click this walking ballista 37 times. Oh, they have another walking ballista. Okay. So opponent gets there, but this eats a bit of their clock. I think they have to do it 30 some odd times. So if they have a strong, they need a strong start here. If they have another one of these stally times, we've got about half our clock left. Opponent's down to 5 minutes. If we can either stall them out or have a fast enough start that they have to concede and move on to game 3 and try to be fast, we can get there. Feels bad getting there off of time, but again, anything for the win. Yeah, I was gonna say, at this point, the difference between X and 2 and X and 3 is quite actually different. There we go. And begin sideboarding. Wilts, come in. Ugins, get out. I'm okay with the Ballista. I'm okay with both Kozilek and Ulamog. Wormcoil's fine. Thrag is fine. Really don't care about their creatures. So just like that. You know how funny this will be if we win 0-1? We'll take the play. We've got 2 Tron lands. No, we mulligan. Mulligan down to 5. This'll work. Put 2 cards back? Sure, we'll put back double Liberace. This expedition map. Pass turn. They go mine. Mine pass. Looks like opponent's got a pretty good start. Do this, go get tower. Karn, downtick, ES, coding. Stopping their upkeep. Opponent concedes. On to match 3. They've got 4 minutes. All right. Anything we want? Nope. Run it back. They're on the play, so we have to hope that they don't have natural Tron. Just a bit. Mulligan down to 6. We've got a Wilt, nothing else. Mulligan down to 5. Got 2 Tron pieces of scrying and stuff. Sure. Keep bottom. Hope to see some threats. They have mine past turn. We have mine sphere. Power plant and nothing else from them. Track that, do this, play out scrying, and get tower. Has the counter. Okay. Do they have Natty Tron? They do not. I'm assuming they ballista on 1. Okay. Kozilek there is pretty meh. New cycle star pass. Unfortunate that we missed the land drop there. And Karn the Great Creator, that'll happen. They go and get Liquimetal, sure. You need tower off the top. Yes. And Karn the Great Creator. Uptick on our star. Swing at Karn Daddy. When it goes down to 2. Never didn't have it. Exactly. Scavenger Grounds. Matter Reshaper. The Thought Knot Seer. Sure. The Thought Knot takes Karn Liberated. That's fine. And then they play out a Liquimetal Coating. Sounds good. Animates their coating. Yeah. One at our Karn. Yeah, sounds good. This we draw. Just concede to this opponent. They now have to go get bridge. If they get bridge, they're fighting a losing battle. Because how are they winning underneath a bridge? This we can go get Blast Zone, and we have a map. And we have a map. We go ahead and we uptick on the star and pass the turn. Sure, they turn their coding into a creature. Blast Zone. Golos. Say yes. Get Cascading Cataracts. Uptick on our star. Pass the turn. This Blast Zone goes to 3. We pop the Blast Zone. They don't have Bridge out. Annihilator 4. And there we go. One concedes to that. Didn't even need to rely on time for the win. All right. That was round 6. We are 4-2 now. All right. Round 7 started. Opponent takes the play. Let's see what we can do here. Opponent reveals Lurius. We've got 2 Tron pieces, a scrying, and a way to get to the mana. We keep, especially against the Lurius deck. I'm worried. Blue. All right. A blue Lurius deck. Oh, mill. It's O Stone Karn. Tower scrying, get the mine. This forces them to field this turn. Problem is they'll have second field. If they have surgical, we are playing hard mode from here on out. They field the tower. Interesting choice. I guess it makes sense if they have the surgical here, because then they can go after the card that makes the most mana. They choose to not send a message. We draw Stirrings. Interesting draw. Surgical's the tower, as we were expecting. So we're now in hard mode. But that's fine, because we run Kozilek main board. Good luck, Mr. Mill player. Hope you have another surgical. star we go cycling, boys. Okay. We could have played the stirrings there and not done a land drop or anything. Hedron crab. And then they have field number 3. Yield to the crab. And they go ahead and field our power plant. Sounds good. Hedron crab mills us some more. Down to 34. Archive trap, sure. And 21 cards remain in the deck. This we draw Swagdad. Play land, go stirrings. Okay. Find land. Any order. And play stirrings. Find map. And then put card on bottom, 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 bottom. Play map. Obero goes ahead and mills us for 6. Glimpses us, sure. Kozilek. Back to 46 we go. Orb. Sounds good. Yield to the orb. Statistically speaking, what are those odds? Sphere, scrying. Go ahead and grab ourselves. Guess cataracts? Opponent mills themselves for 4. They play out a delta. They get to mill us for 6. Again, with opponent having no cards in hand, this doesn't really worry us because we've got this Kozilek. Opponent puts Luris into hand and can play Luris. This gives us access to Tron. Or no, it doesn't, because all of our Tron lands are exiled. And opponent's going to mill themselves for 6 here. Meanwhile, we're about to drop Swagdad. We mill 3. Get a walking ballista. Go ahead and drop Golos here. Say yes. Get ourselves a mine. And pass the turn. One's got one card in hand. We're going to do Ballista on 3. Get rid of their Luris. So we've gotten rid of 2 Surgicals. There's still 2 in their deck, is my guess. We mill 6. Opponent holding is scary. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1. We'll swing with Golos here. See if opponent wants to block. Opponent does not. So damage happens. Ballista on 3. Make it so if opponent's running Lantern, they can't recast. We've already played a land for the turn, so we're not going to cast the Stirrings. Visions. Opponent decides against it. $14 left in the deck. And this is 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Worm coil. Okay, they block. They take 3, go down to 11. It's got 3 in hand now. It's a Ruin Crab. They choose to not try to mill me. One, 2, maddening. We mill 8. If they're 1 card surgical, opponent concedes. Yeah, Kozilek's great. Takes a nigh unwinnable matchup and just says, how about no? Okay, what do we want? Wilts seem pretty decent. O-stones are useless. I mean, they're not useless, but they don't do a heck of a whole lot. They don't really play on the board. Uggin's fine. Other than that, we just kind of need to have everything, right? We could bring in the spatial contortion and the dismember to, again, just deal with crabs. We don't really need the life gain from the Thrag Tusk or the Worm Coil. This makes me wish that we had another Millhoser in the sideboard, but I don't think that's needed. So we've got a Contortion, a Scrying. This is tempting. Deals with an early crab. We're a bit slow. But we've got Search. When it mulligans to 5. Grave, Shock It In, Black Thoughtseize. Take your pick. I kept a slow hand. They take the Scrying. Makes sense. Forest Stirrings. Opponent knows that we have Mine at the same time. We just reveal Mine. Any order. Crab land drop? Sure. And Crab gets to mill us for a bit there. Ooh, hitting Ulamog. Huh. Go ahead and yield to the Hedron Crab. And a Wilt. Alright. One's got 2 cards left in hand. It's not really mill. Opponent's not doing anything for a bit. Granted, neither are we, but they glimpse us. We go down to 34. This we draw a Karn. Opponent's going ahead and surgically power plant. Again, I kept a hand that I knew was gonna be slow. And don't forget to take the one from the yard, opponent. Because mill doesn't do great with slow. Paying costs again? Surgical Incarn the Great Creator. Okay. So opponent has no Milcon, and we have inevitability here. I'm fine with that. And while opponent has no cards, we'll go ahead and get ourselves a land here, so that way they can't have Archive Trap for free. We'll get Tower. Why not? One's got 1 card in hand. Interesting. Opponent didn't reveal a Luris. which is quite telling to me that they brought in Ensnaring Bridge or Ashiok. Both of which would be a bit unfortunate. Ruin Crab, sure. That's not good. Just about the one card we never want to see. We're at 5. Forest makes 6. Liberated is 7. Map and pass. Then we'll have liberated next turn. Visions sounds good. Hedron Crab. Do this. Hit tower. Opponent didn't have it. Neat. One's got 1 black available. Problem is, we don't have any way to discard. No! Opponent! Opponent! 5 and 2. I guess because I knew we had the Karn Liberated in hand, they didn't like that we were about to just drop Karn Liberated. But we had Kozilek in hand too, opponent. All right. We'll take it. 5 and 2. All right. Round 8's been found here. We've got 2 Tron pieces and multiple redraws here. I don't like the amount of force that we have, or the fact that opponent revealed a Luris. So we are going to be mulliganing this hand. Down to 5 we go. We'll keep here. Bottom Karn in a sphere. Let's say my Blood Crypt.Cs. Oh, Matt. Okay. So they're doing Rakdos Fast. Rakdos Shadow is my guess. This we draw a map, which is interesting. We won't have a way to really utilize drawing said map. Opponent's down to 14. And plays out a Scourge, sure. Exiles a card face down. We take it. Scourge grows. This we draw. We draw a Spear. That's an interesting one. You draw a card. Stirrings, Seas. Wow. Talk about a not great start for us. That sphere past turn. So it looks like we're probably losing game 1 here, which is not great. If we can somehow stabilize, we're fine. But that's a big ask here. We would need a Tron piece that doesn't power plant in the top 2, so that way we could use sphere mana to play the map and then crack map, go get the final Tron piece. Because this is for 4, and they exile 2 with Bowmats, and then Scourge is going to grow. So we're dead to TBR, as you always are. That's not a Tron piece in the top 2. At this point, we need something. And draw. That's a Tron piece. Little on the late side. So we'll have 5 mana, meaning we can Karn. What can we grab in the sideboard here? Nothing for 1 that's relevant. I mean, I guess we could get Pithing Needle. And Karn forces these Bowmats to pop. Or one of them to pop, I should say. Do they have the TBR? Nope, but they're looking for it. We go to 7. Opponent Inquisitions and misses. However, they can kill us with this. So we have to Golos here. Opponent dismembers their own thing. So we need Golos here. Tron, Golos, Cascading. And then we have Ugin. Let's go get our tower, play the said tower. 5 mana Golos. Use Golos to go and get Cataracts. We live until next turn, we're fine. I say, as that means we'll be at 3. The Thoughtseize, they take Ugin. Oh, nope, that's lethal. Because we have to block the 13 or else we die. And then this is 7. All right, we need to be fast. When damage happens, we go to exactly 0 and begin sideboarding. As far as what we want, this is red-black, so they might have Blood Moon. I don't want to board in the Wilt until we see it. So until then, we have Dismember Spatial Contortion. Try to hit the things while they're low early. As far as what doesn't matter, we can go ahead and take out Kozilek and a Ballista. And run it like so. Okay. we will gladly take the play. Opponent's gonna reveal Luris. Tron piece, contortion. Lots of ways to get to the third Tron piece. No way to really do anything with it though. So we hope to draw a filter card. Or we'll just draw natural Tron. Opponent mulligans to 6. We will go Tower Pass. And Catacombs, Fetch, Shock. Bomat? Yep. So we can 2-for-1 our opponent here. Because they're not popping it right now. Sanctum of Hugin's fun. We'll go Mine. Pass. Make them think that we just had Natron. And force them into doing... Okay, they go Swift Spear here. If they miss a land drop, they move to combat. We definitely are hitting their Swift Spear. So they play the Mire, they crack. They shock it in. Begin combat. It's us there. If we contortion... If we contortion the Swift Spear, it might backfire. We'll go ahead and contortion the Bomat. So they only have what they've got in hand. They draw a card. And we draw another Boo Hiss. I was hoping by this point we would have hit something. Granted, we've only had 2 draws. And that, they shock in, they get in for 1. And probably put Luris into hand. If they don't have anything here. Scourge. And Shadow. In we go map, we say pass. Ostone, Ugin. Both of those do great things for us here. Bolts, we take 9, go to 5. Or just not, is this TBR? TBR on there. I think that's lethal. Yeah, that's lethal. All right. That was a quick one. Match number 9 has been found. This is a long one. Let's see what kind of trouble we can find ourselves in today. Did opponent fall asleep? Nope. It's good to me. Especially against an Obosh deck. Yeah. You've got yourself a Swiss sphere. I guess our hope is that they don't have Blood Moon. No Blood Moon. We get Karn the Great Creator into 3-ball? Yeah, 3-ball. A Lava Dart hit us for a bit. We go down to 16. We do this, we pass, we don't crack the map yet because if they have Moon, I want to be able to go get a forest. If they don't have Moon, we get Karn 3-ball. And Blast Zone on 1. Blood Moon. That's exactly why we don't do it like that. We got ourselves a forest here. Sorry, we're not shut out of this game. Maybe we'll find a no stone. We go down to 4 or 14. 4. Oh no. Ancient Stirrings. Sure, that's a no stone. New Order Sphere. So they've got 4 mana. They put Obosh into hand. That. Power plant. O-Stone, pass turn. The reason we're just putting O-Stone down here, so that way they don't want to play Obosh right away. They want to wait 1 turn. Ideally, we hit mine off the top or 2 with this redraw. They just play out Obosh. Okay. They Lava Dart us. Okay. Get in for 4 here. We go down to 7. Not a terrible draw there. Card that gets us back into this game. I guess we go ahead and do this now. No. We do it in response to them casting any spells. Mountain begin combat swing. Yeah, you're crazy if you think I'm letting that connect, but sure, you have dart plus flashback dart. Do you have the bolts? Dart, flashback, dart. We're at 3. Opponent's got 2 in hand. Even if it's Blood Moon. I guess opponent can go searching here with this islet now that it's unlocked. It's another moon. Okay. Opponent's got one in hand. Worm Coil. You either have the damage or you don't. They had it. They drew it off the top. Okie doke. Obosh Prowess. We know that they're running Blood Moon. Wilt comes in. We like the O Stone. We're okay with Spatial and Dismember. As far as what can come out here, top end can all just disappear. And since we're shaving so much top end, we can get rid of a Golos. Ulamog, if we can get it down early, is not terrible. But I don't really have anything that I want to replace it with. I guess we could put in Ulamog, take out Golos. Just go that Golos route's too cutesy here. Mulligan. We've got 2 Tron pieces, an O Stone, and a Scrying. Yes, please. And seeing they won't be able to do Blood Moon until turn 3, most likely. They could technically turn to it if they're running Simian Spirit Guide. I don't think they're running Simian Spirit Guide. That Soulscar Mage, of course. Hey, Karn the Great Creator. Actually perfect. New power plant scrying mine. Next turn we have Karn into 3-ball. Bomat. And paying costs lava darting. Sure. We go down to 16. Karn the Great Creator. And go down. Say yes. Trinosphere. Trinosphere. Opponent can cast 1 spell, which will kill Karn. Opponent probably wants this spell to be Blood Moon. They stomp Karn, sure. 3 mana stomp is a-okay for us. They get to hit Karn for 1 and us for 2. We go down to 14. Karn happens. Karn dies. That's fine. Karn bought us some life. Now we can go Worm Coil plus Dismember. And Dismember the Soul Scar and pass the turn. We now have Worm Coil Engine. We're at 10, but they no longer have the Soul Scar Mage. They play out a Bone Crusher. They don't swing, so they can block and pop. Stirrings here. We find a Eugene. Any order. In combat, we hold up the worm coil. And I guess we'll go ahead and drop a O stone. Put a fate counter on our Trinosphere. They put Obosh into hand. Go ahead and put a fate counter on our Trinosphere. Ugin. Go up on the bow mat. Make it so that way opponent can't have any combat tricks for us to gain life. And they already put the Obosh to the hand, so they don't want to pop the bow mat. And then we'll swing with the worm coil. Opponent probably doesn't want to take 6, but they might. Because if they take 6, play Obosh, they can hit Ugin for 4 or 8. All right. Run her back. See how we can do here. No. Definitely no. Yep. And keep bottom. Yeah. And goes Mountain Bow Mat. It's in for 1. We need to try to be speedy. And this will help us be speedy. By allowing us to accelerate out to Tron mana. Swift Spear, get in for 3 plus whatever spell damage. And Pithing Needle, sure. Pithing Needle names Karn the Great Creator. Or does it name Oblivion Stone? What are we naming with Needle? Are you naming Chromatic Sphere? Do it. It's a mana ability, so it doesn't actually stop it. Karn the Great Creator is named. Makes sense. That way we can't go get our 3 ball. Gets in for 3. We go down to 16. When it's got 1 card in hand. Is that card Blood Moon? Is our question. We draw a Mine, which is pretty great. Scrying, go get Tower. Pass the turn to opponent here. Make him have Blood Moon. Land Blood Moon is exactly what they had. Land Ferocidon. Okay, opponent. I see what you're putting down. I disagree with what you're putting down, but I see it. We go down to 14. A Wilt is pretty decent. Play out O-Stone, pass the turn. Opponent plays out a Blood Moon. Sounds good to me. Mainly because it means we get to destroy our opponent here. Yes, they hit us for 6. They now have nothing when we play this wilt on them. A forest. Wilt your Blood Moon. Blow up the world before you get to draw 4. Opponent's in top deck mode, so are we. But I'm okay with this. Soulscar Mage, that's a relatively slow start if we can draw something that answers it. Like that. Karn Mariachi. Opponent plays a land, opponent can redraw. Opponent redraws. Oh, it's not something they can play? Or they're purposely waiting to try to make us uptick Karn? What was that? A blast zone? I mean, I guess. Play down the map, pass the turn. A blast zone of our own seems pretty good here. Opponent plays out a Soulscar Mage. Add double, go ahead and search. I guess we'll do... Yeah, we'll do a blast zone of our own. Alright. Exile Soulscar. Play that down. Play down a Worm Coil. Opponent concedes. There we go. 6-3. Let's see how we can end. All right. Final round has started. We won the die roll. Let's take the play. Let's go to town. And it's a Luris deck. Can't keep this against the Luris deck. We can keep this, though. Keep that bottom. I guess it's bottom of star. That feels a little incorrect, but at the same time, power plant star pass turn. We'll now have stirrings. Ooh, blooming mark. Okay, we're facing scales. You know what's real good against scales? Do this, draw ourselves a card. Never didn't have it. This reveal. I guess this reveal Sanctum. Sure. Play out mine, pass turn. We'll have Karn the Great Creator into 3-ball. It's probably coding. Yeah, that's an Arcbound Ravager. You've got a 1/1 opponent. Tron, though, is yuck. I mean, you're not wrong, Bunny. Tron is pretty nasty. right? All right, they're gonna go ahead and grow. Are they gonna grow 3 times? All right, they're fine with just a 2/2. They can't grow that past. So this, say yes, go get coating. Play out liquid metal coating here. And we will go ahead and destroy that ink moth nexus. Or not destroy, but... Nice! Congrats on 2-0ing Tron. Go ahead and just stop that ink moth. Okay. I mean, if you're tapping down to take out Karn right now, that's fine by me. So this will be swing out at Karn. And Karn dies, but now we have Golos. Spin with Golos. Well, not spin, but have Golos and then... Then we'll be spinning. That's not a great position for us here. I don't think we're dead. I mean, if they have a hardened scales, we're dead, but... Meaning we should have gone up with Karn. Yeah, they animate. Do they have the scales or another worker? Ozolith plus this. Modular there. So this will be... yep, that's lethal. Yep. Like I said, I knew that we needed to deal with that Inkmoth Nexus. Because that puts 5 there. 5 color super friends, Tron. Yeah, we're not super friends, though. This, they move 5. True. Then we take damage and go to 10 infect. Yep. And of course, what's the next draw? Okay, Wilts. Not terrible. Contortion and Dismember's not awful. Thragtusk is meh. They don't have a lot of permanent, so we can leave our top end stuff. We can get rid of Ballista. We've got 2 more to shave. Yeah, well. Ballista can clean things up early, but we need to have the Ballista early. Since it's only a 1 of, I'd rather try to hit it off of Karn. This is a mulligan. This again is a mulligan. Down to 5 we go. Opponent keeps 7, so we've probably lost. We can keep this, bottom, that one, and this one. Our plant sphere past turn. Hope opponent doesn't have the Thoughtseize. There's an ink moth and a worker. stirrings, not bad. And a tower. Let's see, a mine. No mine. Make a creature, you can kill it with the creature kill spell. Yes. I believe so. We'll do sphere. Any order on those. Tower, sphere. That ink moth could be brutal here. 2 mana overseer. We need this Karn down ASAP. So ideally mine off the top. Right, depends on which spell. That is not what we were looking for. Nor is that. So looks like we're probably dying to that Inkmoth Nexus. Just from the aspect of we're not going to be able to name things quick enough. Because they can go animate. Oh, they go scales. Okay. Scales plus worker, graft. Make their Arcbound worker huge. This is not okay. And so we take 3 here, go down to 16. Okay. So Inkmoth could attack once. So could their worker once. That would kill first Karn. But then we have second Karn to follow it up. I think this is fine. Because this, we go get Ensnaring Bridge. We play down the Ensnaring Bridge. They'll be able to attack with just those. Odds are they probably go 3 here and then 3 and 1. Well, they're tapping everything down. I don't know what they're playing. For 3 mana. Gem Razor. Okay. Destroy target artifact. And we lose. Wow. Well, that was the quick. That was quick. I'm used to the Gem Razor, but I just completely didn't think about that. Neat. Hardened Scales. When they have the nuts, they have the nuts. The problem is that deck is extremely mediocre when it doesn't. All right, so it's the next day. The tournament's officially over, and we did end 6-4. We got 100 play points, meaning we placed in the top 128. Not phenomenal, still top 30%, but you know, we went just slightly above average. Now, not awful, not great. The problem with me for these types of events is that we went slightly above average and we net lost 300 play points. If instead we had done 4 leagues, that would have cost us the same 400 entry fee. And then let's assume we net average fully average. Let's assume we go 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, 2-3. We're down 100 play points, not 300 play points, and we're up 2 chests. So we're really only down probably about 60 play points if you sell those chests for tickets. We'd have double the amount of Magic played in the same amount of time, and it would have been a bit different. So that's kind of how I feel for the average stuff. But then if you go and you take a look at like the top end of things, let's say in that same amount of time you do 4 5-0s in a row. Okay, probably not likely, but it's possible. That would be a net of 200 play points and 44 chests. In that same time frame, in order to get that same amount, you would need to at least do top 16. Top 16's not easy. There were multiple people who were 8-2 and did not make top 16 because their breakers weren't good enough. So that means a lot of them might have been better off doing leagues and getting 4-1s and 5-0s. And then obviously if you make it to the top 8, that's where you get your, not only do you get your bragging rights, but that's also where all of the big prize support is. You get 100 chests, 200 play points, and that non-foil set. And kind of a mixed bag with that. So top end real nice, and then you get bragging rights for saying, look, I top 8'd a SuperQualifier. So you get some internet points. People will look at that for about a week or two, and then basically forget about it until you point out again that you've done it before. So if you're looking for value, those longer tournaments aren't it. If you're looking for value, just play leagues, which is what I'm definitely going to do from now on. It was a fun experience. I wouldn't change anything in our deck. I might have changed which we registered with, just because Tron had a very hard time against all those aggro decks, and that's where the 3 of our 4 losses were to relatively just way too fast start that we couldn't do anything. So that's how that one went. But yeah, just definitely it's basic. How it felt to me was it's a tournament without being able to socialize with your friends between rounds. In going to like a GP or any of those bigger tournaments where, most of the time I'd imagine you probably have some Magic friends that you're going to hang out with there. And that means you get to go and you get to talk about everything that happened to you that round between matches, unless you go to time. So, you get to talk to your friends, you get to hang out, you get to say how everything did in between matches. Whereas here, if you finish early, you're sitting, waiting around for 20, 30, 40 minutes waiting for the next round to start. So I can see why a lot of people double queue, so that way they can get through they can have something to do during that downtime. Or I can see why people do other games, so that way you can pause that game and get back to the tournament if you need to. So, it's basically felt like a tournament without any of the social interactions that you had. So overall, kind of just meh. I probably wouldn't do another one of these again unless I was absolutely trying to go for a top 8. Other than that, that's my opinions on these super qualifiers and these larger events, and I'll see y'all next video. Have a good one.